Good afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So today, it's time for some more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations as we work our way through the final case in this game, Bridge to the Turnabout. Last time, we learnt that while Phoenix Wright is in the hospital, having fallen a long distance into a river, but somehow managed to only suffer a cold, has asked Edgeworth to do his defending for him. So we get to be Edgeworth. And there's a number of things in this case that I'm not quite sure of, and a number of things that were kind of a bit messed up, like Larry is the cause of several things, but we're pretty sure he's not a killer. Hello Drag, hello Nick, how are you doing? Also, let me know if the audio sounds weird, because I made some changes. So yeah, let us get into it. February 9th. 11:15 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Audio seems fine? Good. If Larry's around, there'll always be trouble. Yep. When something smells, it's the butts. That's it. Defendant Lobby, number 1. My voice sounds louder? Yep, that is the main thing that I changed. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not really sure what to say. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene. Alright, I'll help you any way I can. First, about that night. You really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hazakura Temple. Very well. The second thing, then. That night, the temple's snowmobile was used in between the times Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile? There is only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But why? What made you go out to Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Uh-oh. Ooh, that's a lot of locks. That's a lot of locks. Iris, I can't tell you about that yet. Yet. Yeah, we're definitely not used to having locks while we're in court, are we? Not until her safety is confirmed. Her? The safety of the Acolyte. The Acolyte, huh? Yeah, I'm worried about Maya too. She must be talking about Maya. Iris, look me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Dusnim? No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life. As I thought, no psycholocks. You may... Drag, it may be that I just can't spell. Is the stream name missing an F? I guess technically grammatically it is. It's... Although I think that is more appropriate. I want to know that she is okay, not if she's okay. I'm relying on it being positive news. Very well. It is my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. February 9th, 11:36 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 7. Court will now reconvene. Ms. Von Karma, where is the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery. Larry! Suspicious behavior? He was sketching something very intensely. Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. Oh, so you! I can only presume his intention was to capture you, but... Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Larice Dusnim, I hope you're ready. Get in here. It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today. Ouch! Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey, I was just artistically rendering... You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist. They're training out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Larry, that's a lie. You're down here because your crush is being tried for murder. Well, to use the technical term for the colour, viridian. Larry, this isn't an art store now, is it? No, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it? Working in the fields. I presume he wanted to say field work. I hope. That's it! Thanks, buddy! It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence. I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I got nothing to do with this trial. At all. I expect all of your faces to be red when you realize this mistake. Bright red. Larry! Larry, I would have thought you'd learned your lesson about lying in court. Larry. Or to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. Ouch! Ow, 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 ouch! Ouch! Stop your pathetic blabbing and testify like a man. Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now. This is too much for me. Witness testimony, what I saw. I was at that lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a couple of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. Aren't I edgy? Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony. I'm just a nobody. Nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? Why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation or anything else? Yeah, I did wonder about that, so aren't we supposed to start by asking him his name and occupation? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. Yeah, that's Larry. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people. Yeah, that's right! I'm behind everything! Every case! Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy. Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination. With no touching, thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time. Can we book a therapy session for Larry? Yeah. I think that's probably a good idea. We just need the therapist not to be an attractive young lady, though. Because otherwise I'm not... Well, actually, do you think it would work better or worse if Larry had a crush on his therapist? Would it help him pay attention? It would motivate him to go, that's true. Why did you walk to the bridge a number of times, Larry?
Hold it!
A number of times. How many? Maybe 5 times? I went once every 20 minutes. Which means you spent almost 2 hours at Heavenly Hall that night? You bet! Real love is about waiting with your heart in your hands. Love, you say? It was this man's intention to summon the defendant to the small shack, using this blackmail letter. Blackmail? No, that was simply a product of overflowing love. You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness. So, what did you see? I hope for your sake you saw a snowmobile. You huffy-puffy, loosey-goosey excuse for a whimpering, whining wuss of a witness, eh? Well, you see, being called those names doesn't seem to bother him at all.
Hold it!
Larry, you really didn't see it? Hey, no need to hit your desk. I can hear you. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. The snowmobile. Larry, say snowmobile for me, please. This is a snowmobile. If you truly have nothing to hide, then why are you stammering like you just flew over a cuckoo's nest? Shut up! What is it? I don't know. Don't ask me. It seems that I'll need to start from a more obvious contradiction. I'm going to strike the blow that will finally get him to spill the beans.
Hold it!
You didn't meet anyone. That's right, because I've got nothing to do with this. And I'm just here to buy some Viridian paint, okay? Come on, I expect to see those Crimson Lake faces now. It would appear that simply pressing him isn't going to be enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed. It seems he's going to claim to have nothing to do with this to the end. I don't want this guy to cost us any more time. I need to slice through his obvious contradictions and keep things moving along. I mean, really, this is the obvious contradiction, right? Because there's no way he was looking at the stars. Where's my weather report?
Objection!
No? Really, game? You're gonna tell me I can't call Larry out on looking at the stars when it was fucking snowing? Really, game? I can't call that out as a contradiction? It's a blatant contradiction. Okay. Is it the I didn't see a snowmobile then? So we've got the... yeah, because we've got snowmobile tracks. Is that the answer? Because, I mean, you went to the bridge, surely you should have seen a snowmobile based on the evidence.
Objection!
Nope. Well, that sucks. And I guess I haven't pressed the first one.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? This one single statement is so full of contradictions. For a moment there, I thought I was going to collapse. So, witness, any idea as to where these contradictions in your testimony lie? Depending on your answer, I may stay my whip. Okay, give me a minute. Well, it was snowing that night, so I couldn't possibly have seen the stars. Wait, you mean I get to call out his contradictions with a press and not with a... Oh, goodness sake. That rundown shack is hardly a lodge, is it? And even if the stars could be seen, it wasn't like I was there to look at them, right? See, you can do it if you try. Ouch! There's only one issue here. What you saw at Dusky Bridge. Oh, okay, so it can do that, but it does nothing. So we're supposed to present something to one of these then. I didn't see a snowmobile, I didn't see anyone at the bridge. What do we have? We have the weather data. That's irrelevant right now. Okay, what am I supposed to do, game? I'm just gonna look at a guide at this point. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Oh. Once again, I keep forgetting that I'm allowed to present people. You're right, Drag. He met Phoenix right at the bridge.
Objection!
Larry Butts. I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic and you cause all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry. But, having realized just how much of a nuisance you have been, that could be considered a step in the right direction. Gee, are you trying to console me? It certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create. You're so totally pinning this on me. Now then, let's talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder take place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts. That's right, me in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change. But what do you want me to do then? Larry, what you need to change is your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue, is all I need from you. Gee, I think I finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well. I'll ask again, then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder? What I saw, part 2. I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been about 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It's totally burnt out, like, almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold. I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Ah, Francisca was worried. That's sweet of her. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination. Okay. Right. When was the... Yeah, so lightning... So Larry's saying it was about 10:30 that lightning struck Dusky Bridge, although he probably didn't have access to a clock or anything, maybe. So I mean, I don't think that's a blatant contradiction. Why am I betting? The bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder. And then you answered. Pressing time, I think.
Hold it!
What did you do out there in the cold for an hour and a half? Well, if you really must know, I was busy being excited, I guess. Alright. See you later, Nick. Have a good trip. Excited? Dare I even ask? I set the meeting time as 10 PM, right? But I couldn't wait. And I thought she might come early too. Well, it appears she didn't come at all in the end. Because they never arranged to meet in the first place, did they? Shut up! Don't go picking my fond memories apart! Anyway, I was getting a little worried. I thought maybe Iris had lost her way. So every 20 minutes or so, I went out to the bridge. But I didn't see anything particularly suspicious. I didn't have anything else to do, so I went back to the shack to wait for her.
Hold it!
This light was, of course, lightning. Like, kapow! Like a slap from Naomi, honestly. A big bada boom. Yeah! Or a little like that. That's more like a punch from Miranda. Witness, did you actually see the lightning hit the bridge? Well, I was a bit startled by the flash of light, so...
Hold it!
Seeing that, what did you do? What do you think? I was burning up as well, from the fire in my heart. And that's why you went to take a look at the bridge? Well, to be honest, it was freezing cold, so at first I thought, forget it, I'm not leaving my covers. But it had pretty much stopped snowing, so, I don't know, I changed my mind. I'm not sure I care for the forget-it attitude you had at first, Witness.
Hold it!
You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that? The lightning fell and then the bridge caught on fire, maybe around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out! How far is this small shack you were in from the bridge? Hold on, well, it had pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk? And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there? Like I'd recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids make during school camping trips can compare. I might be... I don't think there is. No, I don't think we have an option for disabling right-click being the same as left-click. While here, anyway. Skip is a different thing, I think. Although actually, we should probably have that switched off. Yeah, now that I've clicked into it and it's like hold backspace, right click does do the backspace thing. So maybe it has been accidental skips. Maybe good call on that, Drag. Let's see. No, the right click still does the same as the left click here. Well, should I press him for a little more info? Why didn't you call anyone? Or why did you go to the bridge? Why didn't you call anyone? Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face? Why didn't you call anyone? Huh? What do you mean? Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try to tell someone. There is a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Uh-huh, yeah. Okay. My reason. It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have time to, okay? Ah! This has changed the last bit. I'd arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later.
Hold it!
You claim to have arrived at the bridge at the same time as Rat. Yeah! I thought I'd better tell someone about this. But then Nick came up yelling about murder. It totally made me forget about the bridge. The fire was pretty much out by then anyway. What's this feeling? I suddenly have a terrible case of unease. It was after contacting the police that Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge, correct? Yeah, that's pretty much it, more or less. He told me about the burning bridge yesterday. There's still something that doesn't quite fit. It looks like, despite his change of heart, Larry still isn't telling us the whole truth. I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been 10:30. Okay, wait a second. Right, so weather data. It snowed from 7 to approximately 10:50, and lightning struck the Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Which Larry's claiming to see, and he's estimating it's 10:30, but he's wrong. Yeah, the lightning went on until approximately 11 PM. He said that it was still thundering, yeah. But there was around 30 minutes between the lightning striking the bridge and starting the fire, and the fire going out. Elise died at some time before 11. Sometime between 10 and 11. How soon after she was murdered did the body get found? I don't remember. I don't think that helps. Yeah, We don't have the information on when Phoenix Wright fell from the bridge exactly. He saw the lightning flash. He looked out of the window and the bridge was on fire. There was still thunder, but he went to check it out. And he arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. There is a reasonable amount of time here, Larry, that you're not accounting for. And I don't know how to make you account for that. Except using the weather data, I guess, but, like... I wish I could just sort of present a piece of evidence that's an entire testimony at once. But since this is the statement that changed, this is the statement that probably needs to get presented too. So yeah, weather... I don't like this. I'm gonna save. Weather data to this one?
Objection!
Your very existence being a contradiction, I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the hey, Edgy? You make me sound like some sort of alien. That was quite rude, Edgy. But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle? How long does it take for you to catch up with him? Terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what had happened. Is that correct? Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge. Meaning you probably got there at around 11 p.m. That all sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act. That is impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There is no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Excuse me. I have an objection. You do? Gee, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry. I'm Laurice Dusnem. Yeah. It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Franziska von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. For there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why not? It's clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning till at least 11:15 p.m. Which means what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m, but Wright did not make it there till at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during those missing 15 minutes? I feel like I just got brutally woken up by toilet splashback. I guess I was still sleeping after all. Order! Order! So, there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that as much of a problem. Yeah, not much of a problem at all. Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes. There's a phone right next to it. Why, then, did you not report the accident? Yeah, Larry. Why didn't you call the fire brigade, Larry? Yes, witness, why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. That's what it sounds like. Ah, but this is Larry we're talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction. Hedgie. I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude. Just as I thought, you've been playing with us this whole time. Listen, I'm gonna tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? Yes? I may really say it this time. Then say it. Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this, however. Let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Yeah, Larry, the truth. The whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I know that's hard for you, Larry. Now, for this 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness? I'm a Jason. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. And before I realized it, the flames had gone out, and then he came running up. I suppose artists can be strange folk. Can we see this masterpiece? Yeah, show us, Larry. That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch. Including the truth from the sound of it. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honour. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the truth. Sorry, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him. You'll regret this, Edgy. Larry.
Hold it!
Sketching. The burning bridge. The burning bridge and everything that came with it. Larry, can we see this art? Larry, I think your sketch might be an important piece of evidence, Larry. Larry, I need to see the sketch. What came with it? You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this. That sketch of mine is... Enough! Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. What should I do? I've got a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what's depicted there. Oh, I think we need to see it, Edgy. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please. Well, even I couldn't have imagined it to turn out like this. Imagined what? Maurice Justin's debut would take place here today like this. Ouch! Show it now! Okay, but steel yourselves. This is the world of Maurice Justin. Why is there a flying person on fire? Or a flying person made of fire? Or what is this, Larry? Ah. Well. Why does it look like it was taken by a thermal camera? Well, because most of it was thermal, I guess. So this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Ms. Von Karma? Yes, well... It's a better drawing than I expected. It's also upside down, isn't it? These I thought the support cables were attached to the bottom of the bridge. I could be wrong about that. Do we have a picture? We don't, do we? Hello, Carl. Yep. We're dealing with Larry. Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames, I really did. Yes, I'm sure you did. This is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. The supports did come from above the bridge, did they, Drag? Okay. That's fine then. But I do feel like it would make more sense upside down, though. Like someone falling from the bridge rather than someone levitating above the bridge. Larry? What? The burning bridge is fine, but what is that unfortunate-looking figure? You spotted that? I thought you might. However much I want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course! Iris! I wish she'd take better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know. What would have happened to her if she'd injured herself flying like that? I'm sorry, what, Larry? Larry, please. Answer this next question honestly. Okay. Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames? Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist. A real artist. You... Hi. The girl, she's really high up in this picture. Yeah. What was that for? This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek from now if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Actually, there is some precedent for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge at least. It was really something to see. "30 feet above a flaming bridge." And you're positive it's her? This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth. Let us get back to the cross-examination. By force, if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here. Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I've got another reason to remember this moron. Well, what did you think of my debut piece? Get that thing away from me! Larry's sketch. Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. Now, hurry up and cross-examine him. It feels a little rude to call it a horrible sketch. I mean, aside from the fact that I don't think flames lick downwards like that. But I could be wrong. It's got... For a sketch, it's pretty good. Although... Yeah. For a sketch, it's pretty good. Okay. I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Alright. Larry, Iris didn't have her hood.
Objection!
Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care. In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. And I'll give you a whole $1 that it's the truth. If that truly is the case, then there's one thing I can say for certain. What might that be? That the person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant Iris. What? What do you mean? I don't understand. A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, the individual who you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct? Of course she was. And that rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. Yeah, because he's not even sketching this from at the bridge, is he? He's sketching this from down at the shack, so he's even further away. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She'd given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight? Oh, what are you talking about? I think you understand what I mean just fine. Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood? What? Hedgie, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why, you, Nick! You dog! I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited and discarded, straight into the garbage. Ah. What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Reggie, today is the day I get to completely stupefy you. What? What is the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence. Definitive evidence? Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge. And I, Larice Dusnim, shall prove it. I didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch. And show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality. Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy. Because I'm gonna feed you a whopping serving of pain. You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time. Trust me. Proof that Iris flew. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, I frantically searched all over for her. And that led to me finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow. Oh, that's where the sphere from... That's where the sphere from the staff went. What was it doing over there? Covered in blood. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. Larry, you had a crystal sphere covered in blood and you didn't give it to the police. It's covered in blood, Larry. You dumbass. A crystal sphere? This one. Pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. Larry? That sphere, where did you find it? Oh, let me see, around here somewhere? Looks about right. What the hell was that doing all the way over there? Hmm. That raises more questions. And it was half buried in the snow. It had pretty much stopped snowing by then. There was still some falling as I walked to the bridge. The court accepts this crystal sphere. It's mine, okay? I want it back afterward. There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood. What? Blood? Crystal sphere added to the court record. Found half covered in snow near Dusky Bridge on the night of the crime. Has blood on it. You ready, Edgy? And by tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. No, I think I'll still be calling you the Boss. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore. Didn't you want to be called Larice Deucenim only a few minutes ago? No one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night. No one else my ass. Not that one, this one.
Objection!
Larry, that night there was someone who lost a crystal sphere. There was? Who? Who was this stupid idiot? Ms. Elise Deucenim, the mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim? I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar-looking crystal sphere. Hey! That's my photograph! Give it back! Ouch! A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I had one just like it on my brooch. Who's the fool now, Francisca von Karma? Because that's not a sphere. And it's a completely different colour. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. Now, this is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime. Yeah, the crystal sphere, it's gone. What? 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 Just what does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew... Well, I guess that accounts for the fact that she took fall damage. Drop the sphere was the victim, as Elise Deucenim. A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, this is just rejected. You can't do that! I saw it with my own two eyes! And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize it as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Deucenim was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all. Well, the thing is, Elise was supposed to be in her room with Pearl. Oh shit, we still don't know what happened to Pearl. I need Pearl to be okay too. Miss Franziska von Karma. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case.
Objection!
That crystal sphere? It was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder. After the murder? There's blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. And the killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent. Which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch. Wait, are you claiming that Larry did it, Franziska? Larry may be a dumbass, but he's not capable of murder. In fact, because he's a dumbass, he's not capable of a murder this vaguely complicated. What? You mean I'm the killer? No way! All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this is related to the case. She makes a valid point. There's no evidence that Elise Dusenim left Hazakara Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal sphere. If it is not related to the case, then this witness who you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? It was half covered in snow, right? And the snow stopped before the body was found. So I think I can? Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it, that's only one option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link in solving this case. You will do what? That look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he's cornered. That should come as no surprise. Because right now, I am Phoenix Wright and I am indeed cornered. I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. I do appreciate them usefully showing me a picture of the body which had no snow on it. With the ball having snow on it, then I think I just present the weather data?
Take that!
Your response, Ms. Von Karma? Birds of a feather flock together. Are you familiar with this phrase? Miles Edgeworth. I think one such bird is calling for its fellow now. Go, Edgy! Do it! Prove it! Win! His cheering. It's as though I'm listening to the ominous chords of ravens. Okay, apparently that was incorrect. Apparently the weather data was the wrong answer. So, Mr. Edgeworth, what will you do from here? One more chance. Your Honor, I can't turn back after coming all this way. The time of the murder and when the crystal sphere was dropped. I need to find proof the latter happened first. I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. Does it just want me to present the crime photo? Is it the crime photo? Probably, right? Okay, yeah, the crime photo. I guess there's a reason it was showing me the crime photo. This crystal sphere, it was half buried in the snow, correct? That's right! If it hadn't stopped snowing then it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it. That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there's no snow on the victim's body. Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. What? Order! On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge. And there, something occurred that causes the staff's crystal sphere to come loose. What could that have been? This sphere, there's some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. That Miss Elise Jukesnam was killed not in the courtyard at all, but over by the bridge. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge. The murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. foolishness. Just who is the fool? And which part is so foolish, Ms. Von Karma? Haven't been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth. The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Sakura Temple courtyard. No, she saw a blade being pulled out of her back, which I guess did technically kill her, but...
Objection!
That's not exactly true now, is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. That's the same thing! No, it isn't. You said it yourself. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. Yeah, she might have been dead already, yeah. If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding.
Objection!
You are forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Dusnim's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way? Snowmobile, Francisca! Snowmobile! I've made it this far. This is the only place left. The only place left to take this is the end. I'll just need to prove that my version of the events is also perfectly plausible. Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple. Snowmobile, snowmobile.
Take that!
On that snowy night, there is one way that a body could have been moved. The snowmobile. Yeah. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could also have been used to carry a body. Order! Order! Yeah! This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave. What do you mean? The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin? You're too late, Franziska von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation. What? Where was the victim, Elise Dusnim, really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean? Was she killed on the other side of the bridge and then, like, trebucheted over? And that's how she got the fall damage. Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it.
Objection!
This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that would hurt a girl with whom he is enamored. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point. Angie, thank you. That settles it, then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. Excuse me? There was one reason and one alone for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Wright. Really? That's what this was about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't have had Francie ripping me an... Edgeworth, I don't care about what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame your chance seems to have slipped you by. What a shame, Francie! This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. You're an affront to all the legal system stands for. I demand satisfaction. Poor Larry, flayed alive. I cannot believe this witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the questions it raises. Have his words here today been truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I am counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, Wright. Ooh, we get Phoenix Wright back? We only have one day in court with Edgeworth? Court is now adjourned. To be continued. February 9th, 9:43 a.m. Hottie Clinic, Intensive Care Unit. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. Ah, the one that we just did, right? It's the first case my mentor Mia Fey ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I've read, I don't want to believe. What is written here, this isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him. Somehow. February 9th, 2:43 p.m. Dusky Bridge. Right, are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Well, maybe Viridian, in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees? Nothing to worry about. Give me a sec. That's still 39 degrees Celsius! Mr. Wright, you are still running a fever. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Chichishito did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. Yeah. That's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking of about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is? Our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or another. And since I probably won't be getting that from you... I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care. No, Edgeworth, come back! I guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta work on this bridge. I gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Yeah, that's right. Maya's still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. And in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse. At least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. Yeah, you could say that again. Looks like it's about 20 yards to that cliff over there. But I can't see the inner temple from here. I really hope Maya's okay. The Sakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line. And there aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini is the only one who uses this. I really wish I'd brought my cell phone with me. There's a narrow path going up in a different direction than of the main hall. Looks like someone's taken the effort to write "To Heavenly Hall" on the signpost. Now it really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Larice! I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Look at this graffiti scrawled right on the front of the shack. At least you managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kind of suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art of sorts. Snow really piled up on the straw roof. It's otherworldly, like something out of a fairy tale. Well, the roof part anyway. The sign says Heavenly Hall. I guess it's pretty fitting. If you spend a night in this little freezing shack, you'd probably find yourself at the pearly gates by morning. That's Dusky Bridge up there. It's amazing how clearly you can see it from so far away. Larry supposedly saw everything through the shack's window. Not much light gets down here, so it must be pitch black at night. This area was probably illuminated that night because of the burning bridge above. That stuff is really ruining the beautiful atmosphere around here. So inappropriate. Like it's just a bikini in a bikini. I've got to think of the kittens. This is the famous Eagle River. I got to try out its rough rapids the other night. They say it has a really strong current. And they weren't kidding, it's both powerful and fast flowing. I was dead lucky. I mean, lucky not to be dead. These steps lead up to the foot of Dusky Bridge. Coming down is a cinch, but going back up doesn't look like a walk in the park. I'm starting to understand why rivers always want to flow downstream, not up. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Come on, please! It's for art's sake, I swear! There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here! The heroine in my book! It'll make you famous! Yeah! Enough! A fool's fool fools fools who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, ow! Your reflexes and mind need to shape up. Brain's frying like a sunny side up and you want to grill me over a name? Francie, you can't do that! Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not, and I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip. Larry, what? Yeah. Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says, I'm telling the truth, I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you, whoosh! Just like that dude with the red underwear. She flew like Superman? Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix, right? Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I'm Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he's gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix, right. You will fall before me, this I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Hedgeworth. Come to think of it. Hedgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Ow! No smirking! No whipping the sick! That foolish fool doing a foolish favour for such a foolishly foolish fool. Hedgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing and one thing only, to pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did make a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge. Did you consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Yeah, she's got to be okay, I just know it. Yeah, I am enjoying the references to things we saw in previous cases. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the inner temple that night. And I'd love to know what that thing was used for on the night of the crime. Still thinking small, I see, Phoenix Wright. Or perhaps not at all. That's why you'll never defeat me. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I don't recall ever losing to you. It's time for us to settle this once and for all with one final showdown. Looks like she mentally blocked out my victories over her from her memory. It's a quaint little bell tower. I never would have thought that something this horrible was about to happen when Iris rang the lights out bell that night. This is one impressive gate. Compared to the grandeur of the main gate at the Von Karma estate, it's but a pet door. It looks really idyllic with all the snow on it, don't you think? All that snow, don't make me laugh. This is but a light dusting where I come from. Ah, so you come from a very snowy bit of Germany. Near the Alps, maybe? Don't make things up just because you think I'll never get to see it for myself. You can see the main hall from here. I wonder how the head nun is holding up. Oh, wow, it's an inkling of human kindness I sense. Ow! Do you enjoy causing people pain with that sharp tongue of yours? It's nothing compared to the pain you cause with that leathery whip of yours. Well, see you later, Francisca. February 9th, Hazakura Temple Main Hall. Is it gonna be bikini? That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini? My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it, There's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. So she has been seen since the incident, then. That's at least useful. Pearls, she's missing! Why didn't anyone tell me about this? I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any sight clocks, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. Felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I'd acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, it can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. I am assuming we have all our stuff back, yes. We do have the Magatama. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple. Is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in her room in Hizakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night. But because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the inner temple. I'm so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. Training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. Gotta get Maya out of there and fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. I mean, you just said it's surrounded by the river and the forest. People go hiking. I'm sure there's another way out from there that just involves hiking through the forest. Surely. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and with no way of escape either. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh? Do you need my measurements for your investigation or something? No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Dusnem. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. But my, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again, Sister Bikini. I notice you always refer to Miss Dewsnam as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes, now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our victims as no, victims? No, that was the wrong word. We address all our visitors as mystic. It makes our experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Uh-oh. What do you know? Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. That's a lot of Cyclops. It seems Miss Elise Dewsnam was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Dewsnam on the night of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh, man. My head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls. She was with Miss Dewsnam on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we'd finished eating dinner. Murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on. Keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. February 9th. Hazakura Temple Courtyard. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so... Yeah, I'm guessing Pearls earlier in the night went over the bridge. Possibly with Ms. Dewsnam. If we are to assume that the flying person that Larry saw was her. Maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Miss Dewsnam's staff. Definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but... what was it doing all the way out there? Yeah, didn't Bikini say Pearl... yeah, I'm sure it was said that Pearl was seen the morning after, but then Bikini just now was saying that she didn't see her since the meal that night. So I'm not sure what's going on here. The Shichishito. It's there in Mr. Gami's right hand. But it was proven in court today it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around the courtyard. Without city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now, since Iris can't be here. What is this? I want to know what this is. I get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun, they're tools for getting around. A sled. Now that's got to be for Bikini's own personal enjoyment and Bikini's own personal entertainment. Main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. Difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Right, so if the main gate is over there and 10 feet up, then I guess the body was brought over from Dusky Bridge on the snowmobile and then sort of chucked over there. So, yeah, I guess maybe that's the... Yeah, that's the fall damage, but if she was flying over the bridge, that also feels like fall damage. Is it possible that Miss Deucenim was pushed from the top of the wall? That building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying. It's kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, the rooms above me are on the ground level. Apparently, Miss Deucenim was staying in the corner room. Excuse me. Oh dear. I didn't get to the mute button fast enough. I'm sorry about that. I guess that's where she was pushed from that night. Well, there or there. You think Pearl channeled Mia? Maybe. That's possible. It doesn't look like there's anything else for me to find back here. Oop! Is that Gumshoe with good news? Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? So this is why you've been keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge? Yeah, I did. Told you I'd let you know. Well, 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 then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorised entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't be more involved than me. Well, yeah, but... Yeah! It's been a while, Scruffy. It's... Miss... Karma! Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My, my, my. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. On your side, I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow! That hurts, you know. Silence. I, Franziska von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? No, pretend was not the button that I wanted. Move. Please let Maya be okay. Ooh, you did a good job, Gumshoe. Oh, I'm not allowed to examine it, okay. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice. Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! So you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. But what about Maya? What about Maya, Pearl? She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. I'm Francisca von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. It looks like Pearls' words are getting under her skin. Yeah, little kids and their honesty, eh? Yow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls? Weren't you with Maya? Sorry, it's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Sick Maya. Hey, oh wait, Pearls. She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was all that about? Pearls acting like that is giving me the creeps. I guess I'd better take another look around since I finally got the chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Yeah, the support cable is missing. And that is extremely suspicious. Someone could have used that to, like, swing across the gorge, right? Phoenix Wright! What? Would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that is used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. I didn't say anything. You can see Dusky Bridge from here. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it? I would say it's about 20 yards. I guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire, huh? 4, no one has crossed the gorge in either direction since the night of the murder. A simple yet sound deduction, wouldn't you say, Phoenix Wright? Yeah. Uncertain. Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright. Do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? No. Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. What was it used to incinerate? The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in there, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Francisco von Karma? Who would win, bikini slap or von Karma whip? Probably the whip. I seem to remember there was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. So it has been on since. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. Yeah, exactly, Miss Francisca von Karma. The impertinent. I was only copying you. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright, what are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and simply say, whatever? It's got nothing to do with anything, and who told you that? This sign says Inner Temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but that's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix Wright. She looks really happy to have finally caught me on something. This must be the door that leads to the Inner Temple, where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yes, there's a solitary room there called the Training Hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix Wright. Yow! You're completely out of shape. I don't know how much more of this woman I can take. All right, Maya. Why is there a physical sight clock on that door? Why has the picture here been destroyed? Looks kind of like someone vomited on it. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright! Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity! It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. Yeah, you can do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Look at those wafer-thin mattresses. Sorry, Phoenix Wright. Wafer-thin? Yeah, you know, thin like a wafer? In other words, uncomfortable? That's how we describe things like these mattresses. I guess you must say wafer-thick or something back in Germany. Not about these mattresses, certainly not. Okay, let's get to the really suspicious things. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. You can see her feet. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll has been completely covered in gravy. That was what was for dinner last night, right? Ah, yes. There's a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. Why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Hanging scroll updated. Touch to see before and after view under the check screen. Okay, so we do get to see the before image, huh? Because I was about to check that. This scroll shows a picture of Misty Faye, master of the Korean channeling technique. Why would anyone cover it in gravy? I can't make out what's drawn on this scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. Okay, the most suspicious thing in the room. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains! It's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. I mean, locks typically are, Mr. Wright. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. This must be Maya, then. What took you so long? I thought even you'd managed to get here faster than this. Oh, nope. It's not Maya at all. What the fuck are you doing here? I thought even you'd managed to get here faster than this, Mr. Try It. Prosecutor Godo, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Huh. I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so... I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. I mean, maybe Godo will be taking over from Francisca. I mean, you say he's nicer to deal with, but like... whip, hot coffee... both are damaging. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough! I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trat? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Huh. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. He only has 17 shots to use. That's true. He only has 17 shots to use and he would prefer to put them in his stomach instead. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Philly. Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Wittenberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright! Carl, we weren't saying that they're shot glasses, we were saying those are the shots he can take at us. What are you hitting me for? You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Try It. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godo today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Animosity? Perhaps? Is it anger or is it sorrow? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Try It. I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. the meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So, you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death. How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, try it. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. I do? Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier, you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? That's impossible! She came here that night and I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where is that? The sacred cavern, the entrance of which we're standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. Why is this the only place you haven't explored yet? It seems to me like it's the most obvious place for her to be. Is it just because you can't get through the lock? Do you not own bolt cutters? You know, the police in general. Why have you not cut the chains and had a look? So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No! Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. Why is this on me? She decided to do this of her own volition, Godo. Why is it my fault? You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with a search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? Yeah, I'm also aware that the police have stuff to, you know, open locks. A lock isn't going to stop the police. It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, try it. Once again, a woman dies because of you. Wait, is he blaming Mia's death on me? Is that what your problem is, Godo? Is that what your problem is? Is that why you're so mad at me? Is that it? Seriously? Once again, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Mia Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Seriously, you are blaming me for Mia's death? Really? Really, Godo? That's been your problem the whole time? Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. Yeah, we solved that, dude. We found Mia's killer. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy personally. Sure, Ms. Fey's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back. Yeah? That's kind of how death works, Godo? Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. Maybe Godo was in love with Mia. That would make sense as to why he's so mad at me. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you let her sister suffer the same fate. How are either of these things my fault? And also Maya has to be alive, Godo. Maya has to be alive. Yes, Pearl. channel Mia. Let Mia talk to Godo. That might help. That genuinely might help, Drag. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. Alright, I need some more water. I've needed it for a while, but I was trying to have a decent point to go. But I'm gonna need to go now. Okay, I'm back. Let's finish talking to Godo. A trick lock, huh? What is this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. Why, though? This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... well, let's just say the inner temple in the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. There's no way that those chains are the only thing stopping this place from crumbling in on itself, Godo, because they weren't there before. Very well, then dare I suggest the very obvious solution of opening it with the key. Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock. It's right there, the thing that's shaped like a Magatama, Godo. There's no keyhole. That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. But who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attendant sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So, Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godo! How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You'd better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Which friend of mine is bringing Iris? Is it Edgeworth or Gumshoe? 'Cause we both know it's not Larry. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trat. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. Okay then. We've looked at everything in here. So I guess we just need to wait for... Ooh. I'm not sure who this is. Gumshoe? I don't know. Should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? It is Gumshoe! Hooray! I got it right this time. Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. My brain! This is driving me nuts. Yeah. Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. So, what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How do you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide... Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kind of garden-like garden? Garden. Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it usually the other way around? I'm not asking you, I'm telling you? Yeah. Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. To the garden! Oh, the name Maya written in blood upside down. Yeah. Yep. February 9th, in a temple garden. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's this strange writing on the stone lantern? Which parts of this place screams garden rather than graveyard? It's a Japanese style garden. It's got a tree. It's got one of them little deer scare bamboo things. Some lanterns. Hi, Hunter. I'm doing okay. It's getting kind of cold though. Yeah. What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy, a Von Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... So, how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there was a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. Our stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow. Sorry, no, we're in Von Karma Place, sorry. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were, it's kind of hard to say actually. I guess I'd better look into them myself. Did the lab boys take a sample of the thing that looks like blood, Gumshoe? So that they could determine who it belongs to if it is blood? About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godo tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. There's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she's the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. A new coat. Nice. Nice, Hunter. A big warm coat for the cold weather. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? Wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Alright, let's look at the stuff. The most suspicious things right now are the area that doesn't have snow on it, the possible blood, and whatever this is looks a little bit like a charm. So let's look at everything that isn't that first. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. Looks like they've been lit pretty recently. Yeah, more recently than the snow, given that they've dropped ash on the snow. Recently? How recent are we talking about? As recent as the night of the murder. I was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at that time, I guess. A little lantern, a little statue. It's certainly a quaint little garden. Oh. What is this huge bowl here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it? Everything else is completely frozen over. The ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if that has any impact on the case. Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it? There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Deucenem? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cords found on both the victim and on this charm match exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Karain Master's Talisman. Worn by Elise Deucenem, found in the garden of the Inner Temple. Why is it the Karain Master's Talisman? And, is Elise not her real name? Or, I guess, was Elise Deucenem Maya's mother? Because, like, that picture of her in that cave has been obscured for a reason, surely. Is it so we don't make the connection? Okay, no, she's not wearing a talisman that looks like that, but I mean, the sign at the top is the same as the sign on the talisman. What the heck is that? Uh-oh. You spotted it, pal. Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. Welcome back, Nick. We've made it over to the other side of the river. Pearls was over here, but Maya is missing, and her name's been written upside down in blood. What's that, Hunter? You will answer all of our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Yeah, we did in fact get info out of Larry. He saw someone fly over the bridge. Maya, so these letters are written in blood? Show Nick the sketch. Yep, will do. Where is it? Lariat! Yeah, what's worse is it's the victim's blood. Well, that was the information I wanted from your lab techs, Gumshoe. Huh? This is Miss Dewsnim's blood. We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. So you haven't done a detailed analysis, so I guess what you've done is just blood typed it for now? Most interesting. That's right, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down. You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer. The result of my very own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Gumshoe? No. I would assume that the person who wrote it was upside down. Also, what's with the other blood drops? Like, did she get stabbed here? Stabbed here, lobbed over the river, land on the other side, lose the crystal ball, get put on the snowmobile, transported back into the temple, chucked over the wall, and then have the knife pulled out of her? Oh, you tagged me over on Twitter. I am not getting that on my notifications. So Twitter is clearly hiding that. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation for this mystery. Ms. Elise Dusnim wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Dusnim's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how events took place, pal. What? So Miss Dusnim was killed here? However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... What was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Morgana? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer no. But wait a sec. The bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily settled that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. This really was the scene of the crime. I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. I assume that Godo only got over here once we had access. But he has done a pretty thorough search in that time. I mean, he probably got over here before us because Gumshoe was looking for us to tell us. Okay. Please tell me Iris is here. No? 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 Ha! February 9th, Hazakura Temple main gate. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright! Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godo managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. Sorry, never mind him. We've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Hedgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? All right. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Edgeworth! I'm not a member of the public, this is my case. I let you help out, but it's my case. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, right? But it's Maya! Mr. Wright, all that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. Are we not already like Maya's family in a way? We're family! Me and Pearl is like all she's got. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Yeah. This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Oh no, Oh shit, I don't have the option. Okay, fine. Fine. I'll leave the rescue of Maya to everyone else. I'll go figure out what Bikini is hiding. February 9th. Hazakura Temple, Main Hall. Sister Bikini looks like she shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My. Hello, you two. How are you doing? From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Bluesuits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Yeah. Oh, yes, you did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who said that to me. I can't shake the feeling I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those cyclocks of hers. Yeah, cyclock breaking time. Five of them. Elise Dusnem. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Deucenham has a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author. Just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Deucenham's true identity, and that is this talisman right here. Miss Deucenham had this charm with her at all times. Yeah, where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? Oh, what could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Deucenham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Deucenham's true identity. Is the other item the hanging scroll, I think? It's the other thing that's relevant to Misty Faye. The painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Karain channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honourable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. Yeah. This crest is reserved for the master of Karain. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Faye's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Faye's sole successor. We broke all of them at the same time. Well, shit. Maya, your mum isn't missing anymore, but she is dead. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. What's the significance of this talisman, sister? The Karain talisman is the symbol of the Master of Karain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death. So, Elise Deucenham really was Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Faye, the master of the Karain channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. Looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well... Why did she want to be with Pearl and not Maya? Well... Maybe because Pearl's young enough that she wouldn't recognize her or something? How old is Maya again? Yeah, so Maya was 2 the last time she saw her mother, and clearly didn't recognize her anyway. Maybe... maybe Pearl recognized her power. I don't know. Uh-oh. That's an earthquake. I hope they got Maya out safe. Well, what's happening? It can't be. Earthquake! Yeah. Oh my goodness, the inner temple, this kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern and the training hall? It might very well cave in. What? Maya! It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, all right? Of course, you run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. I just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's all right. Wow. Yeah. Edgeworth and earthquakes don't go well together. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Yes, the sister's name is Bikini. I'm done. That's her name. Come on, let's go. To the main gate. I've got to hurry to the inner temple and... Right. What are you doing here? How could I have... I don't expect her to understand if you don't speak up. Yeah, hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No! The defendant, Iris, she's gone. Gone where? She fled, she escaped. Why was she not handcuffed to you, Edgeworth? What? So it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth? Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross... No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Do you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred cavern now. All right, let's go. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. Why are there 5 Cyclocks on the cavern now? How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? To be continued. Investigation Part 2. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Right, is this what Godo was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous, I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried, I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was all right, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of the locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. We've got to wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the inner temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the inner temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Hey! 3 locks. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Well, let's try and get through that then. Oh, no, wrong button. We need to go over here.
Take that!
The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Bikini.
Take that!
I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. At night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but... Well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. Sister Bikini didn't just see you. She spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main temple and the inner temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 p.m, I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m, but what you say doesn't add up with this. Okay. She says she left at 9:40. That doesn't line up with... it's not going to be that. The fact that she rang the lights out bell? Yeah.
Take that!
You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. That being myself. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right. I remember. Man, I'm leaning back on my Dahlia is Iris's evil twin theory. It's a terrible theory. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were in the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy! How could that be? There's only one of me! It's impossible! Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than one of me. Ooh. Do we have something like that? Proof that there is more than one iris. Larry's sketch? Larry says he saw Iris. Oh no, no, I wasn't supposed to exit out of that. Shit. Shit. That was not my intention. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. But don't I though? Well, actually, I mean, I couldn't find any in my thing, so I'll be back. Okay. Let's go check what Edgeworth is up to. February 9th. Inner Temple Garden. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey, don't you dare run away! What do you want, right? Oh yeah, Edgeworth needed to talk to us about Iris, right? And he was looking up stuff about her, right? So he probably has the evidence that she has a twin. What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away! I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. Thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes? No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of the self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt I'd seen her in court before. So, you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before. 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, right? I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be a crucial piece of this puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. I'm not so sure about that, Edgeworth. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Are we presenting something to Edgeworth? Do we have... No, we don't have a dahlia. Apparently, Iris was taken in by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. It reminds me, Edgeworth went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look up some stuff on her. I should ask him what he's found. Well, I already did that and he wouldn't tell me, Phoenix. I need to present something. Okay, maybe I need to get this information from someone else. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Yep, we need to go gather some more info. February 9th, Dusky Bridge. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Oh, Mr. Nick! Pearls! What are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry? This is the loser's shack where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. What am I going to do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Larice? Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep while I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face? Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Dewsnim's room, reading a book together. But Miss Dewsnim was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Oop. More locks. Oh, that's 5. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Leave her go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cruel of you. Oh no, they're both crying now. Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her Cyclox to get the truth out of her. Oh, she must have tried to channel Misty, but Misty couldn't be channeled because she wasn't dead. Or something. Let's go and finish gathering all of the information we can. Let's go talk to Sister Bikini. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. Haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. February 9th, Hazakura Temple Main Hall. Well, what's the damage? How is the sacred cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Karain tradition. We have Iris at the sacred cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Karain disappeared 17 years ago? I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Karain tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Karain, and her daughters the main family. All other mediums become branch family members, with no hope of controlling the clan. Is Pearl's mother still trying from behind bars? Probably. Highly likely. Exceedingly likely. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? How many things do we have? A couple of things to talk to her about. But I'm looking at the time. I am going to call it here. Feels like a semi-reasonable place to stop. So yeah, we will pick this up next week. Thank you very much for watching. It's been fun. If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can also follow me on social. No, yeah, you can also follow me on social media, which is linked in the description box. The stream schedule for the channel goes up both over there on social media and over here on YouTube in the posts tab of the channel. This was the last scheduled stream of this week, so there'll be a new schedule up later tonight. And as you have correctly assumed, both of you, the next stream will be tomorrow and it will be Variable Barricade. So I hope to see you then or another time. Once again, thank you very much for coming, and this is Kalla signing out. See ya! Bye bye!